And they're off in the Tuesday opener. From the rail, there goes the last ace. And joining him is production credit. The two of them, as expected, duking it out on the front end early. Back in third, Martin Kelly, Dalton Brown looking for some position from that outside draw. He's joined by Superb Surprise. To the outside there is Old Man Winter. Down along the rail is Don't Poke the Cat. The trailer is Sutton Breeze. He's 8 from the front. The last ace and production credit tear through an opening quarter of 22 flat. Martin Kelly looms large in third as he gets closer and closer with every stride. On hold is Superb Surprise. Andre Warrior waiting to turn him loose. Then from the back, here comes Sutton Breeze. Don't Poke the Cat and Old Man Winter trails. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch. And production credit just put his head in front. Plenty of room at the rail for Superb Surprise. Superb Surprise inside of his stablemate, the last ace. Down the center is Martin Kelly. Superb Surprise a short lead. Martin Kelly between. Here comes Don't Poke the Cat. From the back, Sutton Breeze. Deep stretch. Martin Kelly has the lead. Martin Kelly close to home with Don't Poke the Cat. Martin Kelly by a length and a half. Super 7265, $83.85. Race 2 comes up next. Starts the first pick 3 of the day. There are no changes in the second. Post time for race 2 is in. And they're off. There's Soul Imperatrice for the lead. To her inside, She Shadows there. And now the favorite, Grab the Glory, moves up. 4 wide is Impermanence. And at the inside, protecting rail is Joyful Departure. Then we come back to the gray, Cause I'm Elegant. She Shadow broke alertly. She's back in 6th. And the trailer is Lady Lawrence. Grab the Glory. Dealing with Soul Imperatrice, who takes the lead for herself now. And Soul Imperatrice, through an opening quarter of 23, leads them by a length. Grab the Glory trying to keep up in 2nd. Along the inside, Joyful Departure's under a ride in 3rd. Then we come back to Impermanence, who's 4th. A gap of about 5 to Cause I'm Elegant. And then She Shadow and Lady Lawrence are at the back. The field spins off the turn and into the stretch. Cutting the corner there is Joyful Departure. Soul Imperatrice went into about the 7 path through a 47-second half. It's still Soul Imperatrice, though. She's dealing with Grab the Glory, Impermanence on the far outside, and at the rail is Joyful Departure. They're coming down to the 16th pole. Soul Imperatrice trying to see it through. Here's Grab the Glory, and Impermanence with a big one. Grab the Glory, grab the lead, grab the glory! Grab the Glory. $1.65. Race 3 comes up next. It starts the $1 pick 6. Here in race 3, scratch the 1, Abe Honestly. Post time. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Son of Darkness shows first. It has a half-length lead. Rushing up now, here's Honor Among Men. Between them is going to be Dancing. Down at the rail is Captain of My Heart. We come back 2.5 lengths to Mass Appeal, and the trailer is Max Foster. He's 10 from the leader. It's Son of Darkness. He out-hooves Honor Among Men to the lead today. Going to be Dancing on the chase on the outside. Just moved into 2nd. Quick first quarter, 22 flat. 3 from the front is Captain of My Heart. Moving up on the outside's Mass Appeal. He's just 4 from the lead, and Max Foster's creeping closer as well, but he still has a lot of work to do. The field spins off the turn and into the stretch, and Going to be Dancing grabs a short lead. Honor Among Men is battling with Going to be Dancing down the center. Here comes Mass Appeal, and up the inside, there's plenty of room for Captain of My Heart. Deep stretch, Honor Among Men, Going to be Dancing. Far outside Mass Appeal, inside Captain of My Heart. Mass Appeal for the lead. Mass Appeal close to home, has it a length from the back. Max Foster got into place. He made up 75 in the dime super. 3-4-2-6, 105.60. Race 4 comes up next. Scratch the 4, Uncle Milty. And the 5, Play Ball. Race 4. And they're off. Double Vision shows first. There's Peruvian Boy, and now Gimme the Money moves up. Along the rail, there's Massey Hall. The 2 at the back, a bench walk. And Tuck a Buck Away as Double Vision speeds off to a 2-length lead. Gimme the Money is going to come from off the pace today in 2nd. Then we come back to Peruvian Boy. A line of 3 far outside, Tuck a Buck Away. Bench walks between. Massey Hall's at the rail. 23-second flat opening quarter here for Double Vision. The long shot leader maintains a 2-length lead. Gimme the Money, hot pursuit in 2nd. Peruvian Boys along the inside in 3rd. Tuck a Buck Away, Stephen Frett trying to motivate him with a 3-wide bid from 4th. Then we come back to bench walk and Massey Hall. The half, 46 and 2, 46 and 3. Check that. Double Vision still there. Give me the money, trying to get to him outside, inside Peruvian Boy. They're coming to the eighth pole. Double vision. Here's Peruvian Boy. Peruvian Boy grabs a length lead. Bench walk with a late rally between. Not today for Give Me the Money. Peruvian Boy has run it up to a 4-length lead on the line. It's Peruvian Boy. Gets 50-cent pick 3, 533, 7287, and the 50-cent pick 4, 7533. $1,144.50. And they're off. Breaking a little slowly there was Holy Matrimony. There goes CJ's Grand Slam and Sharpaz. These two open up a length and a half on Stewie and Limit Up. Pop Coyer's already 5.5 from the front. Then we come back to Can't Beat Me. Brajol and Holy Matrimony are a dozen from the leader. It's Sharpaz. He wins the duel with CJ's Grand Slam as they head to the far turn through a wicked opening quarter and 22 flat. Stewie on the chase now in second. Limit Up's moved up into third. CJ's Grand Slam backpedals. Pop Coyer trying to go from there. He's 10 from the front. Then it's Can't Beat Me and Holy Matrimony. Brajol's at the back. Sharpaz is still in front. The field makes their way off the turn and into the stretch. It's still Sharpaz and Jeremiah Flores trying to take him wire to wire. Stewie with dead aim. Stewie coming with big strides through a 45 and 2 half. Sharpaz, Stewie from the back, down the center, Pop Coyer, and Limit Up. Deep stretch here. Best going of all is Pop Coyer. Keep him an eye on him. And there goes Pop Coyer to win it by 2. Stewie is up next. It kicks off the late pick 4. Scratch the 7 Norgay. Race 6. Scratch the 7 Norgay. Post time is in just over 21 minutes. And they're off. All came away in a perfect line. Ribbons and medals to the lead. From the rail. Devious Mo. And between those two is Tommy the Torch. Then we come back to the duo of Invaluable Will, who moves up past Trap the Dream. And at the tail end of the field, where he likes to be, is Double Shot. Devious Mo comes to join Ribbons and Medals on the front end. These two bobbing heads alternating on the lead through an opening quarter of 22 and 4. Invaluable Will and Tommy the Torch races the team 3rd and 4th respectively. A gap of 4 back to Trap the Dream, and another half dozen or so back to Double Shot, who's starting to get going. But he's still 15 from the front. Ribbons and Medals shrugs off Devious Mo. Invaluable Will moves forward from 3rd, 3 wide. Under a drive is Tommy the Torch through a 45 and 3 half mile off the turn into the stretch. Devious Mo coming back for more. He just put his head back in front of the favorite Ribbons and Medals, who tries to answer him. Down the center, Invaluable Will keeps on coming. Double Shots widest of all. Tommy the Torch trapped the Dream. Ribbons and Medals. Devious Mo keeps coming at him from the rail. Devious Mo, Ribbons and Medals far outside Double Shot. And here's Trap the Dream. $2 double 5-3, 118.50. $2 exact to 3-4, 119 even. 50-cent try, 341, 151.50. 10-cent super, 3416, 102.70. 50-cent pick. And they're off. Breaking a couple of lengths slowly there was the 2, Practical Rachel. Mommy Joe Dreams for the lead. Outside there, she's a Freud rushing up after a little bit of a slow start. It's Fabulous Fox. These 3 have a length and a half on Bustin' Time, who's on the rail in 4th. Outside to Jackson Avenue, Sodies tries to split those. Then we come back to Red Butterfly, and about 5 behind her is Practical Rachel. Mommy Joe Dreams and She's a Freud tear through an opening quarter of 22 and 3. Up the inside comes Bustin' Time alongside of Mommy Joe Dreams, who's dropped back. That was She's a Freud and Fabulous Fox on the lead. I'm sorry, sun's getting in my eyes. 5 wide, there goes Jackson Avenue. Up the inside comes Practical Rachel. Behind them is Exodes and Nothing from Red Butterfly. Off the turn and into the stretch. Bustin' Time has found their way to the lead. Fabulous Fox keeps on plugging away. Mommy Joe Dreams with a re-rally at a big price. Deep stretch here. Fabulous Fox still there and almost home. Fabulous Fox by 2. Mommy Joe Dreams closing, but it's too late. Fabulous Fox a dwindling length and a quarter. Then it was Mommy. Ready for a start. And they're off. Away slowly was both Miss Betty and Embraceable Gal. Complexion changes right away. There goes Collect Dat to the lead. To the inside is Gone and Forgotten. Outside is True Empress. After the flat-footed beginnings, Miss Betty's recovered, and at the back, Embraceable Gal is about 3 behind her. 8 lengths separates the 5 fillies and mares. Collect that. A length. Gone and Forgotten, looking for room at the rail. 23 and 2. Pretty tepid opening quarter there. True Empress ready to roll from third. Gap of 4 to Miss Betty, and nothing yet from Embraceable Gal. Collect that. About to be joined by the favorite True Empress. Gone and Forgotten getting scrubbed on between. As the field makes their way to the quarter pole, the favorite's taken over. It's True Empress. She's well out into the center of the track through a 46 and 3/2. True Empress, Luis Perez, biding his time with her, but they've built a 2.5 length lead, now 3. It's all True Empress here. God and Forgotten. Jeremiah Slaughter has been scrubbing on her for a half mile. She's second, but Miss Betty's about to move into second. Coming down to the line, True Empress Luis Perez like a statue the last 75 yards. She won it by closer than it looked for. $6.50. 10-cent super, 8345, $3.32. Nobody picked 6 today. Nobody picked 5 today. 4 of 6, $16.20. And they're off in the finale. Stutter step start there for Sea Tiger through his head at the start. There's Sight Unseen, Angelic Mission, and on the far outside, Town Jack's there. These 3 across the track. 4 wide is Interstate, then Jacoba's at the rail. The 2 following him are Kong Loves a Fight and a recovered Sea Tiger. At the back is the Big Gray. Okay, game on. And Kodiak Brown as they race into the shadows around the clubhouse turn. It's Angelic Mission fighting his way to a length lead over Sight Unseen. Stacked 3 deep. Town Jack and Emmanuel De Diego has the long shot on hold. The pair of Interstate and Jacoba race side by side back in 4th and 5th. Joining that fray with a 3 deep move is Sea Tiger. 24 and almost 2 for the opening quarter. Back in 7th is OK Game On, followed by Jacoba. And at the back of the pack, that's not Jacoba, that's Kong Loves a Fight. And at the back of the pack is still Kodiak Brown. 49 and 1 as they race around the far turn for the final time. It's Angelic Mission being hounded the entire way on the outside by Sight Unseen. 2 of the favorites have it. Town Jack swings into action. Jacoba's moved off the rail. Jackie's going to work on Interstate, but he's not going forward. 3/4 and 114 and 3. Off the turn, into the stretch. And they're led by Sight Unseen. Kevin Navarro trying to give John Buckley 3 on the card. It's Sight Unseen. Here comes Kong Loves a Fight. The only challenge, that's Jacoba actually. Can't tell with these hats. Jacoba's trying to reel in Sight Unseen. Sight Unseen's almost home. Here's Jacoba with a final run. Sight Unseen and Jacoba. That was dead tight. Can't call it. Sight Unseen. $2 double 8735 even. $2 exacta. 72 8450. 50-cent try, 729, 201 even. 10-cent super, 7295, 238.45. 50-cent pick 3, 887, 1780. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Track announcer Big A Anthony Stabile. Welcoming you to a Wednesday here in Farmington. Cloudy skies today. A lot cooler than yesterday. Temperature in the mid-60s. Despite a little rain, track is fast. Got a breeze coming from the west. Carry over in the pick six. Starts in race 3, $1,702. If you need free PPs to play along today, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of Equibase each and every racing day. Hard to imagine we'll be in single digits after today's races. Just 10 racing days left, including this afternoon's card. Here are the changes for today's races. Pick 4 kicks off in race 1. The early pick 4 and double. No changes in the opener. Race number 2. Pick 3 starts in race 2. Scratch to 1, Starship Chelsea. Race 2, scratch to 1, Starship Chelsea. Race 3 starts the $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $1,702. Rider change for the 3 MG Dash to Luis Perez. Perez rides the 3 MG Dash, and you can scratch the 7 Extraordinary 1. Race 3, scratch the 7 Extraordinary 1. It starts the pick 6, $1 wager, $1,702 carryover. Race number 4, scratch the 6, Party at the Post. Race 4, scratch the 6, Party at the Post. Race 5 kicks off today's 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the 3, Violent Vixen. Race 5, scratch the 3, Violent Vixen. Race number 6 kicks off the late pick 4. No changes in the 6th. Race 7, final pick 3 of the day starts in race 7. Scratch the 2, a few choice words. Race 7, scratch the 2, a few choice words. No changes in race 8. No changes in race 9. Today's finale. Once again, fast track. Pick 6 carryover, $1,702. Starts in race 3, $1 wager. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Courtesy of Equibase on a cloudy, overcast day. Temperatures in the mid-60s. See if the sun will come out a little bit later on. Post time for today's opener, as it is each and every day in the month of November, is 12:20. Coming up next, Dave Mattice takes you through the Wednesday card. Have a great day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Mattice here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Last day of the racing week. Hope everybody enjoyed yesterday, got out and vote, got your whoever you voted for. Hope you got a couple of your candidates in there. Life goes on, obviously, after the elections. Life doesn't change much. Anyway, we had a pretty good card yesterday. Man, Racetrack was really playing for the closers. You didn't have, I don't know if we had any inside speed horses win all day. I know a couple of good performances, but they were more outside speed or stalkers or the closers coming in yesterday. It's probably changed. We got a little bit of rain this morning. It was coming down this morning as I was coming in, and maybe tightening things up a little bit and change things a little bit. And yeah, that'll affect the races today and how you handicap. Of course, the big thing today is we got some 2-year-old races on the card. I think half the card, or almost half the card, I think we have 4 of them today, are 2-year-old events. And that's good because our feature race on Monday, our next racing card, will be the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes for the 2-year-old fillies. And looking at it, it's a very competitive race. I mean, no real standouts in there. Man, I was looking at the Ralph D'Alessandro's got a couple of them. One of them's undefeated, 2 for 2, and that one's 8-1. 8-1. I mean, that's how competitive the field is for the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. That's the feature race on Monday. That'll be our next live racing day. All right, let's look at today's card. Start off with talk about a competitive race. In numbers wise, pretty evenly matched. This is for horses that have started for a claiming price of 5,000 or less. That's a starter allowance condition, or they're in for the claiming tag of 8,000. You see Mad Magic, Coach Bahi, Dates Freedom, all in for the tag. Look at the morning lines. I don't know. I mean, you could come up with some different scenarios of who should be betting here. It's not what I would have come up with, but that's how wide open the race is. I mean, you got a horse that's won 2 in a row, has done nothing wrong against easier, beaten claimers the last 2. But how much easier was the last race for Mad Magic? I mean, Brother Jeremiah is no slouch. I mean, that horse has been an allowance horse dropping in there. Union Lights is no slouch at the 11-9 level either. Yeah, they're still, numbers-wise, a little bit easier than what he faces here, but you evenly matched with the rest of this field, and he's had a nose for the wire where he's won 2 for 2, and there's no reason why he can't improve off of those races either. So I'm going to lean towards the horse that's sharp right now and go with Mad Magic on top. From a pace standpoint, I thought that the 4 Golden Rain might have an advantage. I don't like 3-1 on this horse, but ran it in a 2 other than allowance last time against Convertible Freeze. I mean, Convertible Freeze would be awfully tough against this group, and this horse should be a price. And I'm looking up, and is a price right now at odds of 6-1, but might also have a little bit of a tactical edge on this field because he does look like the speed. And I think speed might be a little bit better than it was yesterday. We'll see how that plays, but I mean, obviously, if the track's like yesterday, I don't like Golden Rain at all, but on a fair racetrack, this horse could be very dangerous if he can get the lead on Coach Bahi, an early lead, and able to control the pace up front. 6-1, right now the longest shot on the board, along with Coach Bahi, who's no slouch. And then there's Mr. Einstein, also running in those beaten 11-9s the last couple starts. Sometimes going to the starter could be tougher. Hit or miss. I mean, this starter race is awfully tough. But this horse is sharp. Beat a much easier field, obviously, when he won by. Well, he did it convincingly by over 7. I like the fact, probably the toughest 11-9 claimer you'll see all year, with the winner being Steiner. I mean, Steiner just shot out there and said, goodbye, I'm better than you horses. And that's exactly what he did. He went 47, 112. Normally that was too quick on that racetrack, but Steiner was too good for that field. And it was a good field. I mean, you had some drop downs in there. It almost looked like an allowance field. And Mr. Einstein ran his eyeballs out. You could say it was much the second best. I mean, the horse Rhymes Like Dimes ran in a stakes race earlier this year and was running against allowance competition. That was the horse that was third. So the second place finish that he got in that race is pretty good, considering that it was like an allowance race, and that's the point. Dates Freedom just kind of outlasted other horses in a marathon race, the longest race we ran all year. Devil or Angel ran a couple of good ones. You would think that he would win a starter out of those allowance races, but he kind of regressed the last 2 races. Coach Bahi, his last race wasn't good. Of course, that was that sprint race, or the marathon race as well. And maybe he just didn't want to get the distance. So very, very competitive first race. I'd spread around if you're playing pick 4s, at least for the first. I think you could cut down the second. It's a $5,000 maiden claimer going a mile 70. We do scratch the 1, Starship Chelsea. I mean, yeah, Starship Saratoga class-wise is the best horse of the race, the horse to beat. And if you are going to play a horse off a layoff, unless Esky Beach is training it, you would do a maiden because you almost treat it like a first-time starter. But it's a long time away for Starship Saratoga. I mean, this horse started off his career way back in 2021. I don't know what I was doing back in 2021. I think those are the COVID years. But only had 2 starts, and basically it's the same season. I mean, you're going into the winter of 2022. You're kind of like you're still in 2021, and you're running on the turf at Tampa. The last start for this horse was way back during the Tampa meet in January of 2022. Do the math. That's a long time away. But does have some good works for the return and catches probably the softest field you could possibly catch. I still can't take him on top. I mean, Jason Liam's run 2 seconds in a row. I don't know if she's showing that she wants to win. Just got beat to the wire by a horse that looked good. I mean, that horse was legit that beat her last time. I mean, I know she was a beaten favorite. She's supposed to win. She's better than Toast of Success. She proved it last race. And she ran second to a drop down in Happy Time. That's good enough to beat these horses. The only wild card question mark is a horse that's been off forever. Been out in the field, just kind of hanging out. It's like we saw Roy Jones Jr. fought Tyson in that match. It was like Roy Jones Jr. looked like he had been off on the couch for 2 years. Probably was. So I think that's what you got to worry about if you're back in Starship Saratoga. Toast of Success, got to use the horse. If the track's like yesterday, maybe she wins. But I'm going to use her as an also ran. I'm going to go with the 2, 1A, and 6 in race number 2. We have to get Esky Beach and Dalton Brown, if the only ones I've seen win off a 2-year layoff. Scratch the 7, Extraordinary One, out of race number 3. And yeah, this for 2-year-olds. I mean, I got the favorite on top, but I don't love this horse if he's going to be 3 to 5, maybe 2 to 1. I'd like this horse, and I'm going to lean towards him as my top choice. I mean, he was the best of the rest. I mean, Not for Nothing was an absolute cinch that day. I mean, that was your single. I mean, one of the things I always say with a 2-year-old route races, usually the first ones that we run, the horse that's got the route experience is going to win. And Not for Nothing had a couple route races under his belt, and it was the best horse anyway. So Giant Impact made a move to beat the rest of them. But the problem was, Not for Nothing, who was off slow anyway, just went by this horse for fun. But, let's take that horse out of the race. Like, he's just running his own race. He's the winner. He's much the best. This horse was much the second best. I mean, you look at the rest of the field, Vesuvia made a nice run, but, of course, he was on a dead rail. But Giant Impact still lengths ahead of his stablemate. It's not over yet. Wasn't on the dead rail, but Inside Speed wasn't good overall. But that one stopped, and Giant Impact was still better than that one, too. So, yeah, he's well beaten by Not for Nothing, but he still was the best of the rest. That's not saying he's going to win today. And I don't love him at the price. I would spread around a little bit if you're playing picks, but off of the race, I'm going to go with him on top. I actually got a Ferraro Exacta because Vesuvio was on the bad part of the racetrack. And it's not like it mattered. I mean, if this horse was outside, maybe he's closer to his stablemate. Maybe he beats his stablemate for second. But he did ride the rail, and that was not the place to be. I mean, the inside was terrible that day, and he still ran a good third. So maybe he can make up the few lengths on his stablemate and upset that rival. You get 10 to 1 on a horse that's only had one trip long, and like I said, these 2-year-olds, they usually need a route before you see their best race. With that said, I'm not so sure about MG Dash. I mean, what do you do with this horse? Obviously ran against tougher maidens. Maiden Claimers of Monmouth are going to be better, or I should say Meadowlands, are going to be better than our maidens. I mean, our maidens, 2-year-olds, if you're buying in the 30s, you're winning a 2-year-old maiden race here at Finger Lakes. But does attract Louis Perez here, who picks up the mount, and again, face tougher in that sprint race. And you look at the breeding. Yeah, it is turf and synthetic, but the dam did have a lot of starts. The dam made 79 starts. Actually, the majority of her starts were on the dirt, and she ran okay on it. So if this horse takes to the dirt, doesn't have to be much against this field. So I'm going to throw him in here. You got a firster for Carl Grusmark. very well bred, out of a dam by Pioneer of the Nile. Although the dam was a turf horse, maybe he's good first time out. Lilith Moon could be a surprise. I mean, he ran pretty decently in his second start. Palmisio will add blinkers. Maybe he improves. You can't throw out those connections. It's a really good 2-year-old event, or competitive 2-year-old event, race number 3. And it's concerning because a lot of them haven't had the route experience, which you seem to need in the past in our 2-year-old maiden route events. All right. 4th race, again for 2-year-olds. This is for 2-year-old fillies. That goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 6. Party at the Post, another competitive 2-year-old race that can't really fall in love with anybody in here because you don't know what to expect from these first-time starters. You got Heck of a Bust, who's a full to Tribeca. Tribeca won the Leon Reed. I think was one of the top older horses that year. Was voted that. Also, by the way, is the half to Let's MAGA for all you happy election people. Light Thoughts, than the outside, is out of a dam that's a multiple stakes winner. Bartlett's got Maryland's My Pride. His 2-year-olds have been running pretty well. Tough race. I lean towards I'm pretty good for Progno and Reed because it took a lot of money in the debut. She's well bred. And she ran well. I mean, the pace didn't really back up. I mean, the winner just kind of drew away. I mean, where did that come from, that winner? I mean, just blew the field away at a big price. But this one was still moving. It wasn't like she got tired. She was rolling late and just missed getting second. I can see her improve off of that race. Again, it all depends on how good the firsters are. You got Heck of a Bust, as mentioned, full to Tribeca, Bustin' Stones, making the first star for Barrow. Got to use the horse with that breeding. Light Pond Law could be the speed if neither of these firsters show speed. Comes out of a race where, Queen Atlas, there's another one. I think that was an Engelhart horse that went to the front and won like a 3 to 5 shot. But again, the time was in 1:14 and change, so I wouldn't expect this 2-year-old filly race to be that fast. I mean, you get a buyer in the upper 30s, low 40s, you're going to win by multiple lengths against these 2-year-old fillies. So that's what you don't expect from these firsters. If they're capable of that, either one are going to win. Same thing with Light Thoughts. I mean, Light Thoughts, if she's a runner first out, if she can do that, she could win as well. So I got the 5-1-2-7 in a very tricky 2-year-old maiden filly race. Let's go to the 5th, and man, they scratched the 3, Violent Vixen. Obviously, that horse played in here. Yeah, it's an 11-9 claimer. I'm a little concerned about the drop for Tequila because she's been running all along against allowance horses. I think John Buckley had a pretty good day yesterday. I mean, you got Pop Coyer to win 3 in a row, a bunch of firsts and seconds. Good trainer, did very well. I think he yelled at me. He said I was wrong, that it wasn't a closer's racetrack. But either way, I mean, his horses are running extremely well. And I think Tequila on the drop in class looks tough. I mean, comes out of a race when last seen at Finger Lakes against True Empress. Saw how good True Empress was yesterday. That horse absolutely dominated that field. She loves this racetrack. And she would, I mean, you got to look at it this way. Would True Empress beat this field? Yeah. But by how much? She only lost by 4 lengths at True Empress back in July. Now, she's only had 1 start since July. And that was at Delaware. And I guess that's the concern, the lack of activity, and then the drop in class to the 11-9. She's better than these horses. I'm going to take her on top, especially when you're going to give me 5 to 1 morning line. I'm going to take her on top. The speed could come from the 5, Who Asked You. Now, that's because Isle Storm, I don't know what they're doing with Isle Storm. They just don't want to put the horse on or near the lead. So that makes me think that Who Asked You should be able to get the front in here. And comes out of the race, won by Violent Vixen against the 11-9s. Of course, that was an easier condition in a sense because this is still a 2-time winner. That was my only knock on Who Asked You is just that. She's been running in the 2 and 3 lifetimes the last couple starts. And now you're in the non-winners of 2 Cents a Date or Never Won 4. Technically, you could say she's out of condition. But I give her such a tactical edge that I wouldn't be surprised that she does go all the way and win the race, and that'll be great for her because she could come right back before the end of the year and run against the same horses. You're going to see in that here, we get to the end of the year, these horses are in tougher spots. Yeah, what do you do with Isle Storm? I mean, Isle Storm, yeah, I didn't like the tactics last time. I mean, she didn't run that badly against No Chalk, who was a stakes winner. I think that one came back out of that race to win the stake. I mean, Darn That Song is an improved horse, a quicker horse, since Ferraro took over, but she didn't even try to keep up with that horse. I mean, she just kind of sat back and faded. And you know, maybe she's going the wrong way that they can't be aggressive with her. I don't know. But she drops in class today. And I think with a drop in class, you got to consider using her. I went with the 1, 5, and 7. They're good. I think they're good morning line odds because Violent Vixen was such a short price morning line. But they're good prices. All right, we're going to go back to the 2-year-olds. Have fun with these races. 2-year-old fillies going 5.5 furlongs. Mentioned we're getting these horses ready. Maybe a couple of these filly races. Maybe we could bring them right back for the Stone Cold Fox Stakes on Monday. Or sorry, for the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. I should say the boys will come back probably in a couple of weeks. I think we're going to do the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Misspoke there. For the boys in a couple of weeks. Fillies are going to run on Monday. Man, see all this election stuff staying up. Yeah, when's Wisconsin going to come in? When's Michigan going to come in? You guys got trouble counting the votes? Anyway, we got this 6th race. I'm going to lean towards Kitty of War. Yes, already had a trip over the track and she didn't win. Again, Queen Atlas just dusting them. The question is this race better? And, you know, because that race is good enough, kind of like the prior 2-year-old race, is the 2-year-old filly race, is this race better than the race that they come out of? Because you see Light Pond Law is running in that 2-year-old filly race earlier. How good is she? Is the race not as good, or is it better? If you don't think that it's better, I think you got to go with Kitty of War. She comes in here from Delaware. She ran a good second. I mean, they didn't bet her. She went off at 6-1, but she was better than Light Pond Law. And is Light Pond Law better than this field? I actually think that the other field is tougher. Although one of the horses that I'm kind of wondering about is the first-time starter for M. Anthony Ferraro. The one, Stella Brown. How good is this one? It's a half the street cop officer who's been pretty good going long. You see the big brown, so I would think that this horse would be better going long, but you know, Ferraro's been good with everything, including the young horses, including the first-time starters. I think Ferraro's got about 500 horses here, and they're all good. So you can't discount Stella Brown. I don't really like anything else. I mean, yeah, No Factor broke bad. Maybe that one can improve. They bet the horse. Belmontis, I don't think it's great breeding, but Maya Engelhard and Steve Engelhard are very good with young horses, very good with 2-year-olds. Didn't show anything in the debut, but it was a 4.5 furlongs race in the mud way back in May. So the horse has had some time since that race. It's a have to computed. That's still a maiden. I don't know if that's a big positive, but decent, steady works coming back in the fall. The fact that they're bringing the horse back here in November, I think is a big positive sign for Belmontes to run in this spot. To think that you got a big chance that the horse is working well enough to give the horse another race here at Finger Lakes before the end of the meet is a positive. So for me, that's good enough for me to put the horse in the top 3. I'm going to go with the 6-1-2 in the 6 for the 2-year-olds. Okay, 2-year-old boys in the 7th. They said, I think I misspoke. This was the race I was going to talk about. Maybe a couple of these horses run well. We could see him back in the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes in a couple weeks. Scratch the 2, a few choice words. A couple horses come out of the same race. One by Cast a Coin. I mean, the pace flow wasn't ideal. Off tracks. Probably Flattery outran Wingo Star that day. I thought Wingo Star ran the better race in the first start. So maybe they're starting a rivalry here between these two. And I got him 1-2. I was actually impressed by Wingo Star's first career start. And I just don't think he fired at all last time. So I would give him another chance because I kind of liked him last time. Again, had a little bit of a sluggish start. I mean, horse had a bad start, kind of I think he broke outwardly is what I want to say in his first start. He didn't break that sharp all in all. He did have a bullet work going into the last race, but I think they just ran into a real good one that they didn't back up. Cast a Coin. So I'm going to give him another chance. I'm going to use Wingo Star on top. He's probably Flattery second. He ran pretty good. He was making up a lot of ground in his debut as well. They didn't really back up. I'd like to see this horse. Maybe this horse needs a little bit further, like 6 furlongs, but I think this race is going to be a little bit easier than the race the 2 of these horses come out of, and that's why I'm going to use them 1-2. One more rep comes out of the same race. He hopped a little at the start, made a middle move, kind of flattened out. And the big question is how he liked or disliked the slop. Now, there is a chance of some more rain today that could affect the track. Right now, we got a fast racetrack. It should be a little tighter than yesterday. Hopefully, plays a little more fair for some of these speed types. I'm going to use this 1/3. All coming out of the same race, the Cast a Coin race. I got Wingo Star, probably Flattery, and one more rep. I just thought it was the better 2-year-old race that they're coming out of than some of the other rivals in this field are. That's my logic, and I'm sticking to it. All right, 8th race. Remember, we got 9 today. 9. So that means that pick 5 starts in the 5th. Pick 4s, 1 through 4s, 6 through 9, pick 6, race number 3. I think my friend Mailman got over that. It was good to see Mailman here yesterday on election day. I know he's all excited about his candidate winning. But, I think he owes me. I think he said something about the Nerca Hortus horse I picked in the top 3 that ended up in 3rd. So I think he's still walking home from yesterday. 8th race, an allowance race for fillies and mares, never won 2 condition. Going 1 mile and 70. Yeah, I'm not going out on a limb here. I got it between the 2 favorites. I thought they both ran phenomenal in their maiden victories. Talking about Coquito, who ran off the screen in her maiden victory in her last race, and Miss City Girl, who returns, and she absolutely dominated maidens when she was here before. So it's one of those things is take your pick, who you think is the better lifetime horse coming back to Finger Lakes, because I think both of those dominant victories are better than the 2 lifetime horses that they're going to face here. I mean, how good is Coquito? I mean, she was facing open maiden claimers at Saratoga, so it wasn't a surprise. Obviously, she was better than those horses, and she drew away. But it's not like, you see a lot of these maiden victories where they win on the front end and then they start to pull away and dominate their maiden rivals. And a lot of time you look at the pace, and they're doing 50, sometimes 51, even 49-4 when it was a track that, that was slow for the day, and they had easy leads. This horse did not have an easy lead. She had a pressured pace early, and it wasn't as strong as a field, but she pulled away from that field. The point is, it wasn't like she had everything her own way and it was kind of a fluke win. She absolutely dominated. I got her on top. Miss City Girl, same thing. I mean, she didn't have a great trip when she was here back in August. As the comment line says, I mean, she was blocked a little bit, and then she drew away. I mean, she was much, much the best. Had a couple starts since in New York against much tougher than these. I'd use them both. I got her second. Like them both. I'll use a little bit of price for 3rd. Look, maybe you could split them up with either Lagrade, Maze Love Laffy, or Refuse to Lose. One of those 3 rivals seem like they're the other ones that are battling for the second, third, or fourth. But I like Lagrade's last race. I think Fabulous Fox made her race look better because she blew that field away again yesterday. I think that horse is really sharp for the Linda Dixon barn. Really sharp. But this one could go long. I mean, she won, or she ran second going a mile earlier this year, way back earlier this year, back in February. And she ran second against the boys on the turf at Monmouth. Don't overlook this one. If I'm going to throw a third horse in, and I might, it would be, I haven't done my mythical late pick for it yet. It might be Lagrade. Lagrade seems like the other one to me, and she's 6-1. Maze Love Laffy, what's she done wrong to? I guess she's 10-1 because you're talking about the win end, and there is some question marks. Does this horse want to win? And of course, is she better than Coquito or Miss City Girl type horses anyway? But she's running well. I mean, she's running well against the allowance competition. So, yeah, you look at her, she's hit the board 4 straight times, and she's 10-1 morning line. Well, I can understand it because she'll probably pay 2 something to show, even if she's 10-1, because she hits the board a lot. Got to use her in the super anyway. 4-7-3-1 for me in race number 8. You know, I'm not a trifecta and superfecta player. I know some of you are, and it's a different type of handicapping. Because to me, I like to handicap, you know, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, pick 6. My logic is every horse is trying to win a race. Not every horse is trying to run third or fourth. And that's kind of why I always like the, I guess you would call it the lateral bets. Is that how you do it? I don't know. Don't know all the lingo, even though I've followed racing for a long time now. All right, last race. A 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Fillies and Mares not won 3 races since the date, or never won 4 races. I like the condition for this time of year. And it filled up, got 7 rivals. I think that Ouch That Hurt is going to have a tactical edge. Now, the last race was just a question of Princess Sonia not getting 6 furlongs and going too fast early. Flores did a good job of not giving up on this horse because that horse ended up stopping before the wire. He kept, even though Princess Sonia seemingly put Ouch That Hurt away, she opened up on her. It was one of those things, well, yes, she did that and was winning at 5.5, but then Princess Sonia got a little short going 6 furlongs. Flores did a good job keeping with her and caught that rival at the wire going 3/4. Got to give the guy the credit that's due. This race a little different. Again, 6 furlongs. No, the horse gets 6 furlongs, but she's the speed. And even though she's not that fast, she's inside of Reiterate, and I think she might be slightly faster than Reiterate. And that puts her on the front line, and that's kind of like, she doesn't need the lead. She could sit and pound. She just doesn't like dirt in her face. But she could hold the rail if the rail's better today and win race number 9. Got her on top. Maggie's the late runner if she comes back. Again, not a lot of pace in here for her to run at, but this horse is good. I mean, she's run well against the bottom claimers. She was in the claiming distance sprint series. I just don't know if it sets up for her. I would use her on top. I just don't know if she's going to get enough pace to close on, but hard not to use her because she might be the best horse in the race. And sometimes they overcome it anyway. Reiterate comes out of the same race as Ouch That Hurt. No reason for me to think that she's going to turn the tables. You know, maybe she's a little more aggressive because of the lack of pace. It is a little different race because of the pace scenario in here. Still, it's not like she ran that bad. Same thing. I mean, they're all chasing after Princess Sonia, who opened up a lead, and this one just kind of running evenly behind her. Different race. Maybe she runs in there. I threw in Sabrina, who's always an underneath type, for 4th. Enjoy today's race card. Again, it's the last card of the racing meet. Tricky card because we got a bunch of 2-year-old races on the card. This should be a lot of fun. Those are good betting races. We are going to be dark the rest of the week as we're winding down here. We still got a lot of action, though. We don't finish till the day before Thanksgiving. But our next live day will be Monday. Again, we have our feature race, the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes, taking place on Monday. And first post that day will again be at 12:20. I'll see you then.
The field for the Wednesday openers out on the track. The 1 is Mr. Einstein with Jackie Davis. The 2 is Dates Freedom with Luis Perez. The 3 is Devil or Angel. Cabracoa rides. The 4 is Golden Rain. Joel Cruz is in the saddle. The 5 is Mad Magic with Anthony Rodriguez. And the 6 is Coach Bahi with Kevin Navarro. Welcome to Wednesday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Big A Anthony Stabile. That's me taking you through the 9-race program. Carry over in the pick 6, $1,702. Starts in race number 3. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Coach Bahi is the longest shot on the board after that failed attempt at 14 furlongs. I got all the way around there. He got tired right around the 3/8 pole and basically just pulled up through the final eighth of a mile. He was competitive at the regular distances throughout the season here. 2 wins, 3 seconds from 8 tries. He'll throw in a clunker every now and then. We had a little rain overnight. This morning, I should say. We got a little rain now. I don't think that'll bother him. He's got some faster horses inside of him today. He'll have to work out the trip from off the pace, but I think he can do it. He's a giant price. We'll try Coach Bahi. 2 Dates Freedom won that 2-mile race. Claim back for Michael S. Ferraro. He's won more than half of his 13 starts, 7 for 13 here at the Lakes, 6 for 10 at this 1.70 distance. This is what he wants to do. And I think all the other speed in here helps his cause as well. He's a juicy price at 4-1. I like the 2 longest prices on the board here. As the other 4 are currently 3-1. I went to the rail with Mr. Einstein, who's kind of going up in class a little bit, but I really liked his last couple of starts. He's been good in all 4 of his tries here in Farmington. A little bit more consistency than the rest as well. I like that he brings that to the table. You know, Devil or Angel has plenty of speed. Golden Rain's as fast as they come going 2 turns around here. There's going to be a little pace on, I would imagine, and I think it sets up for the 3 horses I like. 6-2-1, kick things off. Best of luck if you're playing that early pick 4. I used both the 2 and the 6 in here. Again, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com if you want to decide for yourself. That carryover starts in the pick 6 in race number 3. Best of luck. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Wednesday opener has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Mr. Einstein goes in first. Here's your lukewarm favorite currently. Dates Freedom. Devil or Angel goes forward. Here's Golden Rain. Mad Magic looking for 3 in a row. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. And the last to load's Coach Bahi. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Wednesday opener. Devil or Angel to the lead. Mad Magic took up there soon after the start. Challenging Devil or Angel and taking over is Golden Rain. Coach Bahi moves alongside, outside in second. Devil or Angel broke alertly back in third, 2 lengths from the front. Then we come back to the inside to Dates Freedom, along with Mr. Einstein, and the trailer is Mad Magic 7.5 from the leader. It's Golden Rain takes him around the clubhouse turn through a 24-2 opening quarter. Devil or Angel and Coach Bahi races the team 2.5 from the leader. 3 more back. That's Dates Freedom. Then we come back to the duo of Mr. Einstein and Mad Magic, 10 lengths from front to back here as Golden Rain, Joel Cruz has Golden Rain on cruise control, 3.5 in front of Coach Bahi, who just put his green blinkered head into second over Devil or Angel. From the back, Dates Freedom starts to make a move. Mr. Einstein still 10 from the lead. A half length behind him is Mad Magic, 48 flat. Golden Rain let it out a notch and picked up the tempo there. He still maintains a 3-length lead almost midway on the far turn. Coach Bahi creeps in closer in second. Dates Freedom trying to rally from third. He still has 4.5 to make up. Then it's Devil or Angel, Mr. Einstein, and Mad Magic. 112 and 4 for 3/4. Off the turn and into the stretch, led by Golden Rain. He's been there virtually from the start. Dates Freedom with dead aim. From the back, Mad Magic looking for 3 in a row, and Coach Bahi wanders to the inside. Dates Freedom just took the lead away from Golden Rain. Coach Bahi's at the rail, but Dates Freedom and Golden Rain comes right back. Golden Rain will not be denied today. Him and Dates Freedom. Golden Rain, wow! Golden Rain was not going to lose this afternoon at Finger Lakes. Then it was Dates Freedom. Couple hit the line for third. Final time was 1:45. Gutsy effort from the winner, Golden Rain. Photo finish. Number 4, Golden Rain was first. 2, Dates Freedom second. 5, Mad Magic third. 6, Coach Bahi fourth. 4, 2, 5, 6 unofficial here in the opener. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Golden Rain. 4-year-old geldings are son of Golden Sense. Out of the street, Sense Mare Reka. New York bred. Golden Rain's owned by Stony Brook Farm Trust. Trained by Beth Miller Saul. Winning rider, Joel Cruz. Race 1's official. $2 exact to 4-2, 49.60. 50-cent try, 425, $48.37. 10-cent super, 4-2, 5-6, $46.70. Race 2 comes up next. Kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 1, Starship Chelsea. Race 2, scratch the part of the entry 1, Starship Chelsea. Post time for race 2 is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 2. And Golden Rain was the speed of the race. It's just a question of could he carry his speed. Got a late push from Dates Freedom, but he was able to come back on with after the easy lead in that race. So Joel Cruz, good job by him getting the victory for Beth Miller-Saul as Ferraro runs second and third, but Golden Rain gets the victory at odds of 4-1 to start us off. All right, second race is a 5,000 maiden claimer going to mile 70. We're going to scratch the one part of entry. That's Starship Chelsea. You see the 1A getting some play. I'd be careful about taking too short a price on this horse. Obviously, she's the class. She's run against so much tougher. I guess the question is, where's she been? I mean, this horse started off her career in November of 2021, raced 4 times, and then her last start was in January. That was in 2022. So, man, over almost 3 years ago. I mean, lots happened in all our lives in the last 2.5, 3 years. But she did face a lot. And if you treat this horse like a first-time starter, I guess you look at the back class, some decent works, and she doesn't have to be much to beat this field, and that's why she's getting play at odds of even money. The logical horse in here, if that one doesn't fire off the long layoff, is Jason Liam. Now, no excuse last time. Might have actually hung a little bit in that race as the big favorite. And that's the scary thing if you want this one as a favorite. She's been a heavy beaten favorite 2 times in a row. Well, the time before, it was another big drop down that was better than her that won the race. So she was just a little overbet that day. Last time, she had no excuse, but it's the same type of horses. If you take Starship Saratoga out of the race, she's much better than the rest of them. And so she just beat Toast to Success pretty soundly. And Toast to Success had absolutely no excuse. She went to the lead. She went 50 and change, 116 and change when that was a very slow pace. Now you get a race where you'd expect, even off the layoff, that Starship Saratoga is going to be the horse on the lead. So, maybe Toast to Success will have a better chance sitting and making a run. But again, she's finished behind Jason Liam with no excuse the last 2 times. So that's where I'll put her in third. So just use a simple logic there. And so she's at odds of 7-1. I went with the 2-1-A-6 for my numbers in the second. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in here.
Here's the field for race number 2. The 1A is Starship Saratoga. Capricola rides. You can scratch the 1, Starship Chelsea. The 2 is Jason Liam with Andre Worry. The 3 is Brooklyn Rosie. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. The 4 is Ida Denial. Dalton Brown rides. The 5 is Diva D'Oro. Jackie Davis is in the boot. And the 6 is Toast to Success with J.M. Rohina. Al Kirchine here, representing Epona Racing Stable for the afternoon. That's where I landed here. Toast to Success. The 2 stretch outs after the sprint have been good. The 2 stretch outs before the sprint were good. Even the sprint was okay. I've come to learn that sometimes here, the experience is better than the lack of experience. Makes no sense. Very counterintuitive, but that's what I've learned. So instead of going to a horse like Jason Lee, who's made a handful of that's about the same amount of starts, really Starship Saratoga, who I thought would be much shorter than this, I went to Toast of Success just based on all those two-turn races. Now, Starship Saratoga is your current 2-1 second choice, and now 9-5 favorite. Starship Saratoga has not run in over 33 months. You heard me, 33 months. She debuted sprinting on the dirt up here. She ran a couple of times at Tampa on the grass in November of 21, December of 21, and January of 22. We are in November of 24. If I told you guys what's gone on in my life in those 3 years, you wouldn't even believe it. And in any event, here's Starship Saratoga. Look, if anybody could do it, it's the Ferraro father-son team. This one's in Junior's barn, our leading trainer with our leading rider. We'll see what they can do here. That would be quite a feat, all 33 months. And then Jason Liam, the other Chris Engelhardt runner in here. I picked the other one on top. Raced well last time, just got beat at 2-5. Now you can say he's supposed to win at 2-5. She probably was supposed to win last time. 2 starts back, ran into happy time. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what she does from the inside draw. I figured Toast of Success was going to be a bigger price, so I picked her. 6-1-A-2. I'll tell you what, there's not a lot of mystery in these nickel maiden claimers often, but I'm really curious to see how Starship Saratoga runs off such a lengthy layoff. Best of luck here in race 2. It starts at pick 3. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Jace and Liam goes in first. Here's Brooklyn Rosie. Ida Denial goes forward. Diva D'Oro's next. Here's Starship Saratoga. Last to load, Toast of Success. Free PPs, FingerLakesGaming.com. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a step slow there with Starship Saratoga. Toast of Success on the far outside, vying for the lead, along with Brooklyn Rosie, Ida Denial, and Diva D'Oro. They're 4 across the track as they make the bend around the first turn. To the inside, just 2 lengths behind them is Jason Liam and Starship Saratoga. There's a mad scramble on for this lead. They're starting to sort it out now, but Brooklyn Rosie and Anthony Rodriguez are going to find themselves now on a length and a half lead. Starship Saratoga was last 30 seconds ago. She's now second. Jason Liam was with her. She's third. Then we come back to the Gray Ida Denial and the duo of Toast of Success, who's found her way to the inside, and Diva D'Oro, who's at the back. They went 25-3 for the opening quarter, and Brooklyn Rosie has the lead. Moving up along the inside, Andre Warrior, Jason Liam. There's room there, and he takes it with the filly, and they move up into a joint lead. Third is Starship Saratoga. Toast of Success is up into fourth. The two at the back are Ida Denial and Diva D'Oro. 51 and almost 1 for the half. Jason Liam. Brooklyn Rosie, one-time leader on the chase, now in second. Starship Saratoga hasn't raced in 33 months. She's third, looking to gain ground. Toast of Success, J.M. Rohina keeps her inside as the barnmate Jason Liam steals away to a 3-length lead through 3 quarters and 1:16 and 1. Off the turn and into the stretch, Jason Liam with Toast of Success. Diva D'Oro from way back, but she may be coming too late as Jace and Liam have a 5-length lead. Diva D'Oro is going to be second best today behind Jace and Liam, who won it by 4. Then it was Diva D'Oro, Toast of Success, and Brooklyn Rosie in 1:47 and 2. Two, Jason Liam first. 5, Diva D'Oro second. 6, Toast of Success third. 3, Brooklyn Rosie was fourth. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 2, Jason Liam. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Union Rags out of the unbridled song mare Nickel. Jason Liam's owned by Jeffrey Englehart and trained by Chris Englehart. Winning rider, Andre Worry. And it's official. $2 double 4-2, $30.40. $2 at the 2-5, 21.20. 50-cent try, 2-5-6, 17 even. 10-cent super, 2-5-6-3, $7.37. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick six. And the pick six features a carryover of $1,702. Here in race 3, a rider changed for the 3 MG Dash to Luis Perez and scratched the 7 Extraordinary 1. Race 3, scratched the 7 Extraordinary 1. Post time for the third. The start of the pick six is in just over 19 minutes. Folks, we have a late scratch being announced for the first time here in race number 3. Late scratch, the number 5, Palmisio. There's a late scratch here in race number 3. Win, play, show, exacta try, superfecta wagers will all be refunded if you use the number 5, Palmisio. Be a conso double. If you use this horse in the pick 3 or the early pick 4, you'll get the favorite at final odds. If you use this horse in the pick 6, you have time to exchange your ticket. If you do not exchange your ticket, you will get the favorite at final odds. Once again, late scratch here in race number 3. Scratch to 5, Palmisio.
All right, getting ready for race number 3, and no big surprise there is Jason Leon able to take over that race and draw off. I know she hung a little bit last time, so there's some anxious moments there, but they weren't going to catch her when she opened up that lead. She got the victory for trainer Chris Engelhart. Now we go to the 3rd. We did just get a late scratch of the 5 Palmisio. Of course, if you had that one in the pick 4, you will get the post-time favorite. Scratch the 7, Extraordinary 1. Yeah, Louis Perez will be aboard the 3, MG Dash. Tricky race. You got a horse, new face with MG Dash. You got a first-time starter with the 2, Armenian Dancer. That's taken a little bit of play. I was looking at the 6, Giant Impact. He was in that race for one of the first routes that we've done, and the winner, not for nothing, was the only one that had any kind of route experience, and turned out to be much the best anyway. Had already had a couple of routes where he ran pretty well in, so they weren't going to beat that rival. So when Giant Impact made his move, not for nothing made his, he just drew away. But Giant Impact, if you take that horse out of the race, the move he made was good enough to beat the rest of them, and they weren't catching him for second. That's how much the second best he was. It's the same type of horses, minus not for nothing. Now he's got a mile under his belt, so he's a very logical horse in this race. He wouldn't take a short price in a race like this, but he is a 2-1, which is a pretty decent price for him. The other M. Anthony Ferraro trainee, Vesuvio, comes out of the same race, and that was his first route experience, going long as he's gone a mile, and he tried to come up the inside. And the negative there is the inside was not the place to be for a lot of that day. So Vesuvio actually ran pretty well, but still, he's still losing a few lengths to his stablemate. He's got to make up that ground if he's going to win. But again, Ferraro's got a couple good ones in this race. And, you know, you're looking at the 2 Armenian Dancer, the first-time starter, out of a dam where all 4 of her wins happened on the turf. So, but the breeding is very good. When you're out of a dam by Pioneer of the Nile and you're by War Dancer, that's why the horse is taking a little money, but is only making the first start of his career. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and a $1 Pick 6 starts with this race.
The field for race 3 to start of today's $1 pick 6 is on the track. The 1 is Lilith's Moon with Heman Harkey. The 2 is Armenian Dancer with Jackie Davis. The 3 is MG Dash. Please note the rider change to Luis Perez. The 4 is Vesuvio with Anthony Rodriguez. Scratch the 5, Palmisio, a late scratch. The 6 is Giant Impact with Cabracoa. Scratch the 7, Extraordinary 1 from earlier this morning. And the 8 is It's Not Over Yet with Romero Mirage. All right, Not For Nothing beat Giant Impact last time. Giant Impact was stretching out. Already has made 3 starts, all since September 9th. So this will be his 4th start of his career in less than 2 months. And he's kind of went backwards since his debut. The blinkers went on after his debut, and I said it back then, I'm not a big fan of horses who have raced well enough and then the equipment changes made. I haven't won as many races as Michael Anthony Ferraro has, but it's just not something I like to see with a young horse. And his speed figures have gone down 14 and 12 points respectively since that debut. The 2-turn race is such an edge for these horses that I put them 1-2. Giant Impact, and It's Not Over Yet. Vesuvio was in that race as well. I feel like you got to respect Greg Sacco coming in. Greg Sacco with the 3, he's brought in 4 horses at the meet, and 3 of them have won. So I almost put MG Dash on top. And Jovia, for those of you who can't remember, was a solid 3rd in the 2019 Belmont to Sir Winston and Tacitus. So for Greg. So we'll see. It's an interesting race just because the 2 turns throws a little bit of a wrench into things. You got a firster, an Armenian dancer, going to go long for the first time, a war dancer out of a Pioneer of the Nile mare. Talked about Vesuvio a little bit. And then you have Lilith's Moon, who improved in every way from first start to second start. So this is an interesting race. It's an interesting way to kick off the pick six, too. It's one of 4 2-year-old races in today's sequence. The third, fourth, sixth, and seventh are all 2-year-old races. So it's a little bit of a difficult sequence today. I'm not playing it today. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. In fact, I think you have a couple of leans, and the one main lean is in race 6. I think Kitty of War is going to be very tough in one of those aforementioned 2-year-old races for Darian Rodriguez, Gumster Stable, and Romero Mirage. So it should be a fun sequence today. We'll see if you guys can figure it all out. 5 of the 6 races are maiden races. So get capping. 4 of the 6, I should say, are maiden races. Get capping. Best of luck in that pick 6. I went 6-8-3 here in race number 3. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Field for race 3. The start of today's pick 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. The first of 4 two-year-old races on the 9-race card here at Finger Lakes this afternoon. Lilith's Moon goes in first. The lone firster, Armenian Dancer, goes forward. Here's Jersey Shipper, MG Dash. Vesuvio goes in. Odds-on favorite, Giant Impact's next. Last one in is It's Not Over Yet. They are in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, Lilith's Moon broke like a shot from the far outside. It's Not Over Yet challenges and now takes over. Going to try to cross and clear. The favorite, Giant Impact, trying to maintain position, as is Lilith's Moon at the rail. Forced to check there a little bit was the favorite, Giant's Impact. It affected MG Dash, who was spun 3 or 4 wide on that turn. Then we come back to Vesuvio, and at the back's the firster, Armenian Dancer. Romero Mirage, and It's Not Over Yet through an opening quarter of 25 and almost 1. Length on the quarterback to Giant Impact, who makes up some ground into second. Gap of 3 lengths to Lilith's Moon. Heman Hockey poised to pounce from third. It's a gap of 4 or 5 back to the duo of MG Dash and Vesuvio, and nothing at all from Armenian Dancer. It's Not Over Yet maintains a length advantage over Giant Impact through a 50 and 1/2. Lilith's Moon, Hockey trying to motivate her from third. From the back, Vesuvio starting to get roused. Anthony Rodriguez keeps her inside. Then MG Dash, and way back is Armenian Dancer. The field's getting to the quarter pole, led by It's Not Over Yet. Giant Impact, co-op, ready to roll from second as the field makes their way through 3 quarters in 1:15 and 2. It's Not Over Yet. Another gear. Koa tries to get more from Giant Impact, not responding as of yet. From the back, Vesuvio at the rail, and Lilith's Moon. 8th pull's coming. It's Not Over Yet has built a 6-length lead. It's Not Over Yet is absolutely running up the score here. He's 7 or 8 or 9 in front. It's going to be a battle for second. No doubt about the winner. It's Not Over Yet. Vesuvio was second over Lilith's Moon. The favorite, Giant Impact, settles for 4th in 146 and 3. Number 8, It's Not Over Yet, was first. It's a photo for second. Four, Vesuvio second. 1, Lilith's Moon third. 6, Giant Impact fourth. 8-4-1-6 here in race 3. In the winner's circle for the very first time, Chris, is the number 8. It's not over yet. 2-year-old Gelding's the son of Lauban out of the Into Mischief mare 10 Demerits. It's not over yet is owned by the correcting Christopher Progno. Winning trainer is Lisa Reed. Winning rider, Romero Mirage. $2 double, 2.852 even. Console double, 2.5, $5.40. $2 exact to 8.4, 96.50. 50-cent try, 8.41, 102 even. The 10-cent super, 8.416, $35.50. Folks, please note the number 5, Palmisio, was a late scratch there in the third race. If you used Palmisio in the pick 6 and didn't exchange your ticket, or in the pick 4, which was already played, you got the favorite at final odds. It was the number 6, Giant Impact, who finished 4th. Race 4 comes up next. Another pick 3 kicks off in the 4th. You can scratch the 6, party at the post. Post time for race 4 is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 4, and it's not over yet. Able to get the early lead and just keep going. Good job by Romero Mara. Cut that first turn, and made him pay. As trainer Lisa Reed gets the victory. Congratulations to them. That starts off the pick 6. All right, let's look at the 4th. It's for 2-year-old fillies, going 5.5 furlongs. Obviously a tricky race here, as you got a couple first-time starters. Actually, a few first-time stars. We scratched the 6th Party at the Post. Can Chris Progno and Lisa Reed team up for 2 in a row? Chance to do so here. I'm pretty good. Actually ran well in her first start. I mean, April Storm at a big price just disposed of her rivals in that race. I'm pretty good. Still had some run left in her and just missed getting second in that race in her first start. Now, it's the same distance today, but maybe an easier field, as April Storm ineligible, and she beat the rest of them. So this one is a logical horse in here. Nobody's going to be a real short price, so maybe she's a good one to key off of. The first-time starter is the one Heck of a Bust. This one is a full to horse Tribeca, who ran here a few years ago. It's actually up for top horse of the year because of the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes win, plus another good-looking win that it had. And that one was good early in his career, too. So Heck of a Bust from a capable first-out barn. It is getting some play right now at odds, as mentioned, of 5-2. But that breeding kind of comes out against these 2-year-olds. Light Pond Law is a logical horse as well. She's never missed the board in 3 starts. Last time she comes out of a race won by Queen Atlas. I think that was the Chris Engelhart horse that got to the front and just kept going. In hand won that race. We'll see Kitty of War, the horse that was second, run in the other division of this. But she could be the speed. If none of these firsters come out of the gate with any speed, maybe Light Pond Law could show some speed in here, as we've seen a couple of speed horses win the route races over the first 3 starts. Quite the difference of yesterday, where I don't believe we had any gate to wires as they were coming from out of it. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 4. We scratch the 6th Party at the Post.
The field for race 4 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Heck of a Bust. It's Jeremiah Flores. Roddy. The 2 is Lip and Law with Cabacoa. The 3 is Divorced, of course, with Anthony Rodriguez. The 4 is Maryland's New York Pride with Jackie Davis. Never mind, that's the 7 Little Thoughts with Luis Perez. Sorry, jumped the gun here. Roddy got me with Heck of a Bust. Talking to Jess Paquette. There's the 4 Maryland's New York Pride with Jackie Davis. then somewhere out there is the 5. There. Nope, that's the 1 again. There he is. Pretty good. As the trio of Chris Progno, Lisa Reed, and Romero Mirage look to go back-to-back in our juvenile races here this afternoon. And that's where I landed. I'm pretty good. Wow. I didn't jump on the first one at $14, but I'll jump on this one. I like this horse's debut. Favored, raced really well, I thought, in a big field. Got a lot of education that day. I think there were a lot of things to like about this Daughter of Good Samaritan's debut. I was looking forward to watching her and betting her back and picking her back, and I land on her here. I put a firster in between the two logical runners, the 7 Little Thoughts. I know Linda Dixon's horses usually run better second time, but I like this horse's work tab. It's been steady, if not spectacular. You see a couple of fast ones in there. This horse had 3 consecutive bullets. Now, wasn't working against a multitude of horses, but still 3 bullets to start the work tab for a 2-year-old. Daughter of City of Light. I think that's really impressive. I think if a first makes any noise here, it'll be this one. And then finally, Lip and Law has some experience. The race 2 back on the Seal track was her best race. I don't know what happened in the 2 surrounding that. She kind of lost her speed from her debut. I don't know if it's just because the competition's gotten quicker or tougher or faster, but we'll see if she reverts back to her front-running ways. 5-7-2 for me here. Kicks off a pick 3. Best of luck in race 4. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. Field 4, race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. More 2-year-olds, these of the sprint variety. Heck of a bust. Heck of a bust goes in first. 3 firsters, 3 with experience in this field of 6. Jeremiah Flores climbs off briefly to get Heck of a Bust in. Climbs back aboard. Here's Lip and Law. Divorced, of course, is next, followed by Maryland's New York Pride, daughter of my favorite horse of all time, Tonalist. Here's I'm Pretty Good. The connections look to go back-to-back on this Wednesday card. Don't forget, if you need free PPs for the late pick for the pick 5, I always say late pick 5, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Little thoughts, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off slowly there was one of the firsters, Maryland's New York Pride. There's I'm Pretty Good for the lead. Little thoughts on the outside. Charges up now and takes over. I'm Pretty Good battles back along the inside. There's Heck of a Bust. Between them is Lip and Law. It's a gap of 3 or 4 back to Divorced, of course, and then Maryland's New York Pride is about 40 from the lead. It's Heck of a Bust. She finds her way to the front end with a 22-3 opening quarter. Light Thoughts, was up close early and now back in second. Just passed by Lip and Law. I'm Pretty Good trying to keep pace in fourth. Gap of 4 or 5 to Divorced, of course, and nothing from Maryland's New York Pride. Heck of a Bust takes them off the turn and into the stretch with a 1.5 lead. Light Thoughts back for more. Lip and Law between. I'm Pretty Good's down at the rail. 8th pole's coming. Heck of a Bust trying to hang in there. Light Thoughts coming, so too Lip and Law. They come to the 16th pole. Heck of a Bust trying to hold off. Lip and Law, Heck of a Bust. She stuck her chest out and won it by a length. Heck of a Bust over Lip and Law. Then it was Light Thoughts in 107-1. One, Heck of a Bust first. 2, Lip and Law second. 7, Light Thoughts third. It's a photo for fourth. Five, I'm Pretty Good was fourth. Making her way into the winner's circle for the first time on debut is the number 1 Heck of a Bust. 2-year-old filly is a daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the Heckle mare Heck. A New York bred, Heck of a Bust is owned by Paul Barrow and Roddy Valenti, trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremiah Flores. $2 double 8 188 even. $2 exact on 1 2 $30. 50-cent try 127 23.50. 10-cent super 1275 $10.52. 50-cent pick 3 281 $73.37. 50-cent console pick 3 251 $9.30. And the 50-cent pick 4 4281 $503.50. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of the pick 5. Scratch the 3 of Alan Vixen. Race 5, scratch the 3. Post time for the 5th is in just over 20 minutes.
In the paddock for race number 5. That was the firster getting it done in the 4th. Remember, the pick 5 starts with the 5th race with the 9-race card. We scratched the 3 Violent Vixen, a race that isn't for 2-year-olds. It's a good condition here. 9 Wars of 2 since the date, or never won 4 in the career. I went with Tequila here. I mean, Tequila returns at a reduced level. Remember, this horse won up the run. Now, did get a perfect trip up the inside on a day that was the kind of trip that you wanted, but it was a big effort off the layoff when he won back in June. Came back and ran into True Empress. True Empress, she loves this racetrack. We saw her win again. She's like almost unbeatable against allowance horses. She won without a pace the other day. So she has only had 1 start since, though. That was back in July, and that was at Delaware. She comes back. So, maybe there's some red flags there, but she's better than these horses if she's on her game enough. One of the other things is she will be at the mercy of the pace because of her late running style. The 5 is the pace. Who Asked You? She ran second against the 11 and 9s behind Violent Vixen, who scratched out of this race. So she will most likely get the lead in here and will be the one to catch. So she's the other dangerous rival in this race, and she's going to get some play here. She's the other favorite at 3-2, maybe with a tactical edge, as she's run well in the condition as well. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starts with the 5th. Scratch the 3, Violent Vixen.
Here's the field for race 5, the start of today's pick 5. The 1 is Tequila. Luis Perez is in the saddle. The 2 is Holiday Jazz with Andre Worry. Scratch the 3, Violent Vixen. The 4 is Clifton Punch with Emmanuel De Diego. The 5 is Who Asked You? Anthony Rodriguez is in the boot. The 6 is Hypnocurrency with J.M. Rohina. And the 7's Isle Storm. Nazario Alvarado rides. All right, pick 5 time. I didn't say late pick 5 today. Woohoo! I had some tequila this weekend at Mohegan Sun. I am not going to lie. Made some new friends and had some tequila. She returns to the lakes. Her lone blemish on the card was the last time she was here back in July on the 22nd. She ran against True Empress, who yesterday made her record 8 for 10 with 2 seconds here at Finger Lakes. Because You're Pretty was a 4-time winner before this season. My point is she's just run against much better, and now she's in for the 11, and we've talked about this a lot this week, and we're going to for the next 3 weeks. The season's coming to an end, and if you want to, and I could talk about this because the claim box is closed, you want to start claiming horses that are dropping in for the first time and carrying them for 4 or 5 months before we open back up here in late April, early May. A lot of these connections, I feel like you could be their guest. Save them a few $1,000 over the winter. That's the mentality. I'm not solving the riddle of the Sphinx when I tell you people that. So I think she's dropping to win, and I think she will win. I'll say this. She doesn't have the best pace scenario here because Who Asked You is supposed to be alone on the lead. I just don't know how good Who Asked You is on a fast track. I think she's much better on wet tracks. She's hit the board in 4 or 5 on wet tracks, 0 for 5 on the dry track. So I put her a third. She's the favorite in here. I would not bet her as the favorite. For second, I went to the 6, a little bit of a price, Hypnocurrency. She was in really good form. And then last time out, she ran in the Starter Stakes Day, and she just She didn't break really that well, and she just didn't run. And it was at the end of a pretty good form cycle. She had won four in a row. There was a good second on there. She finished fourth to Dorth Soul Dancer, who's a three-time winner at the meet. She had faced some tough company, and she's kind of been one of these fillies that did well in the claiming ranks, competed well enough in the allowance ranks, and now she's back in kind of where she belongs. She can be the one that comes first calling on Who Asked You, and that's why I put her second. If J.M. Rohina, who's ridden her in all six of her last six starts, can keep her a little closer today, I think that will help their cause. And then finally, I put Who Asked You, lose speed in third. 165. You know, we didn't have this race in a pick four, so I didn't really have to strategize it. But I have a single in the next race. So I would use all, if you're playing the pick five, I would use all three of them. I would use all three of the 1, 5, and 6. If you trimmed one, I would trim Who Asked You. I just don't trust her as much on a fast track as I do on wet track. So if your bankroll only affords too deep, I'd go 1 and 6. If you can throw her in, throw her in. Best of luck if you're playing that pick five here on race number 5. Post times in a minute, 1 minute. Field for race 5's going into the gate, and it's post time. Tequila and Holiday Jazz go in. Who Asked You goes in. Clifton punches in. Hypnocurrency to last the load as Isle Storm's already in. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Who Asked You to the lead. Isle Storm going to try and keep pace with Who Asked You early on here. And these two speed off. They have 3.5 lengths already on the duo of Hypnocurrency and Clifton Punch, who have 3 more on Tequila and Holiday Jazz. They're climbing 2 by 2 by 2 up the backstretch here. Who Asked You a short lead. Isle Storm on the chase in second through an opening quarter and a sharp 22-2. Hypnocurrency is alone in third, but she's already 7 from the front. Tequila's moved up. It leaves Clifton Punch and Holiday Jazz at the back. Who Asked You and Isle Storm still going at it. Hypnocurrency yet to make a dent. Tequila's coming on the inside. Tequila's going right now with Luis Perez as the field goes past the quarter pole through a half and 45-4. Isle Storm dealing with Who Asked You. Tequila coming from the back of the pack along with Hypnocurrency. Isle Storm put away Who Asked You, who alters course to the outside. Tequila takes her shot now. 16th pole. Isle Storm's almost home. Here comes Tequila. Isle Storm. Tequila. Isle Storm. Tequila. A length. Then it was Isle Storm. Hypnocurrency close for 4th in 112-4. Number 1, Tequila was first. 7, Isle Storm second. 6, Hypnocurrency third. 5, Who Asked You fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Tequila. 6-year-old mare is the daughter of Liam's Map out of the Malibu Moon Mare. Beautiful girl. Tequila is owned by Samotokwa Stables, trained by Jonathan Buckley. Winning rider Luis Perez. $2 double. 1-1, 39 even. $2 exact to 1-7, 54 even. 50-cent try, 176, 38, 37. 10-cent super, 1765, $19.92. And a 50-cent pick 3 of 811 returned $119.75. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off today's late pick 4. No changes in the 6th. More 2-year-olds in race 6. Post times in just over 21 minutes.
All right, our 2-year-old showcase day continues with race number 6. A couple unruly ones in there right now. Yeah, Isle Storm finally changed tactics to the proper tactics. Worked out for her. She almost won the race, but it also helped Tequila get the pace that she needed to catch that rival. And it turned out to be those two at the wire. Louis Perez for trainer John Buckley, who's having a pretty good week. 6th race, yeah, we return with the 2-year-old fillies at 5.5 furlongs. I believe this is the second division of this, as we had the 2-year-old fillies earlier in the day. And, you know, possible repeat of that is you do have a pretty good firster in the 1. Kitty of War, the 6th, I thought this was the easier division of the 2. Kitty of War ran a good second in her last race behind Queen Atlas, who was a easy victor. Not like they put up a quick time or any fast numbers, but I wouldn't expect this to be a very fast time in this race either. She had hit the board in her first 2 starts against maiden claimers at Delaware, so she fits nicely here off of that second. At least she's got the race over the track, and she does shorten up to 5.5. Again, the firster is the 1, Stella Brown. Yeah, she's bred more for distance than the 5.5 furlongs. She's definitely well bred for the route, and she's a half to street cop officer, who's a horse that runs here. You know, by Big Brown, you would think that this horse will run all day. Well, maybe the first out she can at least run good enough to be up close with this short distance. Not a good size. She's not taking any early play at odds of 6-1. The horse that is the 3, No Factor, for her second career start. But of course, she took a lot of money. I think she opened up the favorite in her debut as well, and then went up to 4-1. And she was compromised by a poor break, but didn't run well though. So I guess her backers are sticking with her, and maybe she'll run better with a better start in this spot. So those are a few of the contenders in a competitive 2-year-old filly event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts with this race.
The field for race 6, the start of the late pick 4, is coming out on the track. The 1 is Stella Brown with Cabracoa. The 2, I'm sorry, that's the 3, No Factor, with Stephen Frett. The 4, Riddesdale Rose, has Carlos Camillo aboard. The 5, Dancing Embers, has Anthony Rodriguez. Here's the 6, Kitty of War. Romero Mirage is in the saddle. The 7 is Run Jody with Jackie Davis. The 2 is Belmontes. Andre Worry rides. And the 8 is Frisbee B with Kevin Navarro. All right, my single on the cards here, Kitty of War for Darian Rodriguez, Gumpster Stable, Romero Mirage. Ran into a buzzsaw last time. Queen Atlas, one of back-to-back Chris Englehart firsters who absolutely romped here at Finger Lakes. Now this daughter of Fog of War finds, looks like a little bit of an easier bunch second time out, unless one of the 2 firsters can run. I can't imagine Kitty of War is going to have a hard time getting out of the maiden ranks today. She's even money. She'll probably be less by the time they spring the latch. For second, I went with the 2, Belmontes, who gets a gigantic trainer change to Jeremiah Englehart. Last at Laurel in the Mud, first time here at Finger Lakes, first time on a fast track. Not really a spectacular work tab. I think this horse may have been scratched here as well. Pardon me if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if Belmontes can do better for the new barn at second asking. And then finally the 8, Frisbee B. You know, Jonathan Buckley's horses, when the meet started, they fired or they were really good second time out. This horse ran okay first time out, made up a lot of ground late after not having the best beginning, passed a lot of horses. This horse got absolutely slammed at the start. Excuse me. Passed a lot of horses, and it was a nice debut. I think she will benefit from that experience. 6, 2, 8. I singled the number 6, Kitty of War, in this pick 4. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those late pick 4 tickets in. The field for race 6, the start of the pick 4, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Stella Brown, one of 2 debuting young ladies, the first to load here. She's followed by Belmontes. No Factor heads into the gate. The other first are the big prices, Redisdale Rose. Here's Dancing Ember at a big price. Followed by your odds-on favorite, currently at 4-5, Kitty of War. Run Jody goes forward. And the last one to load is Frisbee B. They're in the gate. And they're off. Frisbee B off about a length slow. So too one of the first is Redisdale Rose. Up front, there's no factor a length over Stella Brown. The other firsters in second. The favorite Kitty of War is third, just about 2.5 from the lead. Then we come to Run Jody, who is in fourth. Gap of a couple of lengths, recovering there on the outside is Frisbee B. Along the rail with her is Belmontes. The 2 at the back, and they're a long, long way back. It's Redisdale Rose and Dancing Embers. No Factor through a quick first quarter in 22-4 as they're midway on the far turn. No Factor lets it out a notch. It opens up 2. Now Kitty of War and Romero Mirage come up the inside as the field spins off the turn and into the stretch. No Factor trying to hang in there. Kitty of Water are inside. These 2 have 2 lengths on Stella Brown. They're in deep stretch here. No Factors, almost home. Kitty of War is going to take a final run at her to the outside, but past the 16th pole, No Factor. Going to take them flag fall to that's all to kick off the late pick 4x4. Then it was Kitty of War, Stella Brown, Belmontes rounds out the super, and 106 and almost 3. Number 3, No Factor was first. 6, Kitty of War second. 1, Stella Brown third. 2, Belmontes fourth. Race 6 is official. Making her way into the winner's circle for the very first time is the number 3, No Factor. She's a 2-year-old daughter of The Factor, out of the Distorted Humor Mare, moving away. The New York bred, No Factor, is owned by Barry K. Schwartz and trained by Michael S. Ferraro. Winning rider, Stephen Frett. $2 double one, $368. $2 exacta, 3-6, 28.20. 50-cent try, 361, 27.37. 10-cent super, 3612, a nickel shy at $22, and a 50-cent pick 3 of 113 returned $115.87. Race 7's up next. Final pick 3 of the day starts on race 7. It's also our final juvenile race of the afternoon. Scratch the 2, a few choice words. Race 7, scratch the 2, a few choice words. Post time for race 7. It's just over 19 minutes away.
final pick 3 of the day continues with race number 7 here. Going back to the 6. Congratulations to Stephen Fred. He looked pretty happy about that victory as he guided No Factor to the triumph for Michael S. Ferraro. That one, an $11 winner in race number 6. Okay, let's look at the 7th. Another 2-year-old race. We see a couple of these horses come back for the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes, which will be run later in the year. We got the She's a Stone Cold Fox running on Monday. That'll be our next live racing day. We do scratch the 2, a few choice words. Look at the board right now. You got a couple 2-to-1 shots, both coming out of the same race. Thought that was a better race. Anyway, you got Wingo Star and Probably Flattery, both coming out of a race that was run on a sloppy track that was won by Gascoigne, who looked good in victory. Didn't really come back, and the two of these were kind of spinning their wheels chasing. But Wingo Star, again, didn't really break all that sharp. Same thing happened in his first start. Was outside and kind of broke outward a little bit, and just never got his feet under him. And then once he got rolling, he made up a lot of ground to be second while Brink was already gone. And then last time just didn't really get going in that race. Give him another chance today. I like this one. His stablemate, Honorable Becky, I think she's entered in the stake, and he was working with her, and they were both working very well in the morning before their first career starts, respectively. So I think this horse can run better. At least he's better than what he showed in his last race. Same thing with Probably Flattery. He ran very well in the debut as well. He was in the same 2 races as Wingo Star. First start, he made up a ton of ground. He was way back early, and when Brink took over, they both were rolling, and he made up about 10 lengths in the stretch. Last time, he just kind of ran evenly, same thing, as they didn't back up to him on that sloppy track. So he's another one that would be no surprise in here. Again, both of them seem to come out of the better 2-year-old race, so that's why I got him 1-2. Could have gone either way with these two. One more rep, also same thing. As you see, all of them you could say, well, it's kind of one of those races where the speed just didn't come back to him. He didn't run that badly either. He also didn't have a good start. Kind of hopped a little bit at the start. Was a sloppy racetrack. Didn't get a lot of backing that day, though, at odds of 17-1. Seems to be getting a little more play today, but he's got to make up the lengths on at least Probably Flattery. He did finish ahead of Wingo Star in that race. So he does have some room to improve, making his second start. Same distance today of 5.5. Again, that was the better race of the rest of them, and they all come out of that same race. And it's hard to separate them because Wingo Star just didn't run his race, and the other two were just behind horses. So you could use any of the 3 of them in this race, and that might be who it's between in here. If you're looking for somebody else, you got to see some improvement from some of these. Awaiting Trial didn't show much in his debut. Express Pass also, he had a bad break, was never in the race. He's by honor code, so he may show some improvement. Stegosaurus, way over his head in New York in his last start, but his debut wasn't that good either. So some of these horses are going to have to improve a lot if they're going to get to the winner's circle. So those are the 3 that I use, 3, 4, and 7 in race number 7. Not really going out on a limb here. Exactitry Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts. We do scratch the 2, a few choice words.
The field for race 7's coming out onto the track. Scratch the 2, a few choice words. Who's where? Right. That's the 4, probably Flattery, with Luis Perez. The 5 is Express Pass with Emmanuel De Diego. The 6 is Stegosaurus. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 7's one more rep. Andre Worry's in the saddle. The 8's Camin Sierra with Anthony Rodriguez. The 1's awaiting trial with Heeman Harkey. And the 3 is Wingo Star, Jackie Davis. I went to the 7, one more rep. Did not get off to a great beginning last time out. Sloppy track. Second time out. Paul Barrow has good numbers. Second time out. I like the horse getting to a fast track. Son of looking at Lee. 7-2 on the board right now. Not a lot to go on here. We're just hoping that he can break better and likes a fast track better than the slop. Probably Flattery. Hit 2 wet tracks to start the career. Gets on fast ground for the first time. Figured this horse was going to be the favorite and over bet. I wanted to just find somebody else, but he is a very logical player in here. And then the 8, Camin Sierra, drew the outside draw, was in very quickly and stumbled leaving out of there. We'll give him a second chance as well. Wingo Star takes money off the debut. I don't know. I just thought Wingo Star kind of picked up pieces in the debut. I'm not a fan. He's the second choice in here, so I think that's part of the reason I bet the race. 7-4-8 for me. Best of luck in race 7. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the 7th at the gate, and it's post time. Loading out of order here, Stegosaurus. Jeremiah Flores jumps off. Almost a chocolate-colored chestnut there. Stegosaurus with a little help from the fantastic gate crew here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Guys and gals back there really do a sensational job. Stegosaurus is in. Jeremiah Flores is aboard. Natural load here. Awaiting trial goes in. Here's Wingo Star. Probably Flattery's up next. Here's Express Pass. Manuel De Diego slid off Express Pass. Making our gate crew work harder than they usually do for this one. And Express Pass is in. Have to say, between the gate crew and the trainers, a lot of well-behaved 2-year-olds today. This is our 4th juvenile race. Hats off to you, ladies and gentlemen, for having these horses ready to roll as juveniles. Last to load is the pretty gray Camine Sierra. Oh, got a little problem there. Probably Flattery acted up. Riders off. Back aboard. Camine Sierra's in. Settle down. Field of 7 ready to go. And they're off. Camine Sierra was the last in, but the first out went to the lead. Awaiting trial from the rail now. Takes over. Here's Stegosaurus. And Stegosaurus attacks awaiting trial right now. Gap of 4 to probably Flattery, who's losing ground. Camine Sierra's there with him. To the far outside is one more rep, who's a 4 wide move right now. As Express Pass moved up the inside, Wingo Stars at the back, 22-3. Stegosaurus puts away awaiting trial for now. Express Pass at a huge price is gaining ground along the inside. And one more rep, the favorite, is 3 wide as the field's on the far turn now. And then we come back to probably Flattery, Wingo Star, and Camine Sierra. Off the turn and into the stretch. Stegosaurus awaiting trial. Re-rallies at the rail through a 47 and 1/2. It's Stegosaurus and awaiting trial, and now one more rep is taking a big run at them down the center, as well as Probably Flattery. One more rep. Probably Flattery had to alter course. In the meantime, one more rep ran away from them. It's one more rep by 4 at the end. Wingo Star came from last to get second over Probably Flattery. Kamin Sira rounds out the Super in 107 and 3. Seven, one more rep first. It's a photo for second. Folks, please note the stewards are going to conduct an inquiry into the stretch run of race 7. Stewards inquiry here on this stretch run in race 7. Please hold all tickets. Three Wingo Star second, 4 Probably Flattery third, 8 Kamin Sira fourth. 7348 unofficial. Stewards inquiry into the stretch run. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, one more rep. His way, I should say. 2-year-old Gelding's the son of Looking at Lucky out of the Broken Val mare, Pretty Cozy. A New York bred, one more rep. Is owned by Francis Pelangeli, trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Andre Worry. 2 wins on the day in the 2-year-old races for trainer Paul Barrow. And 2 riding wins for Andre Worry. Don't want to hear him that I missed him. Still an inquiry. Hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a disqualification here for interference with both the number 5 Express Pass and the 8th Kamin Sierra. The number 3 Wingo Star has been disqualified from second and placed 5th. New order of finish. 7, one more rep first. 4, probably Flattery second. 8, Kamin Sierra third. 5, Express Pass fourth. 7, 4, 8, 5. New order of finish still unofficial here in race 7. 7, 4, 8, 5. And if you'll take a look at your television monitors now, you'll note that the number 3 Wingo Stars in the blue cap, the 5 Express Pass is there in the green cap, and right here they are going to brush, and a chain reaction into the gray horse, the 8 Kamin Sierra, is going to result in the disqualification of the number 3 Wingo Star. Again, take a look at it again. The number 3 Wingo Stars in the blue going to start to drift out into the path of the number 5 Express Pass in the green, who chain reacts into the number 8 Kamin Sierra, the gray horse with the pink cap. It's going to happen right here. Thus the cause for the disqualification. Race 7's official. $2 double 3 7 32.60. $2 exact to 7 4 $9.50. 50-cent try 7 4 8 $13. 12 cents and the 10-cent super 7 4 8 5 $16.32. Race 8 comes up next. Late double wagering offered in race 8. No changes in races 8 or 9. Post time for the 8th is in just over 18 minutes.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 8, and good looking performance by One More Rep in his second career start. He was able to, as the speed was kind of opening up there, they stopped late. One More Rep getting a nice outside trip to catch that speed as the other two main rivals, Wingo Star, probably Flattery, were battling it out for second. Wingo Star ended up coming out a little bit in the stretch, and that one got DQ'd, but they weren't going to beat One More Rep. Andre Worry for Paul Barrow's another win on the day for Barrow, won earlier with that first-time starter. Okay, last double starts with the 8th Exacta Try and Super offered. It's for fillies and mares, number 1, 2 allowance condition. Going to go a route. Good race because you got some horses with some good-looking maiden victories facing winners. You got a couple of them facing winners for the first time off of good performances. Coquito coming off a dominant victory going route, Refused to Lose. Comes off a victory in the slop, first time over the track. That was in a sprint. And then you got Miss City Girl returning. Her only Finger Lakes start was a good-looking victory going a mile over a good track earlier this year. They got horses that are running pretty good in the conditions. So the race turns out pretty good here. I did lean towards Conquito. It was so impressive. I mean, this horse opened up at the end by as much as she needed to, and she was very easy winding down at the end. I know she didn't beat the strongest of maiden fields, but keep in mind, it wasn't like she had an easy lead in there. She had to battle a little bit early and just drew away from that field. Very well-bred horse out of a dam by Uncle Mo, Kentucky bred. She's currently at odds of 2-1. Miss City Girl was very impressive in her maiden victory. She's had a couple starts since against winners in New York, and she overcome a little trouble in that race going a mile. Wasn't the fastest of times, but she was much the best in that race. So that one for M. Anthony Ferraro. She's a little higher at 4-1. The other horse getting bet is the 2 Refused to Lose. I mean, she was much the best winner in her only start, but she's the tricky read because her victory was in a sprint. She'll be stretching out for the first time at Finger Lakes. She did have a couple routes at Saratoga against open maidens. I mean, those are some tough fields. I mean, the time wasn't fast in the slop last time, but it is a good stretch-out trainer in Michael S. Ferraro as well. So she is getting some backing. He won earlier with Stephen Fred aboard. Lagrati is another one to consider. She comes off a second-place finish behind Fabulous Fox. That horse is very sharp right now. She ran second in a claimer going a mile back in February, so she should have no problem going long either. Good competitive race here in the 8th. We start the late double. Exacta Try and Super also offered here.
The field for race 8's coming out onto the track. The 1 is Mays Love Laffy. Anthony Rodriguez rides. The 2 is Refused to Lose. Luis Perez is in the saddle. The 3 is La Grotte. Heeman Hockey rides. The 4 is Coquito with Romero Mirage. The 5 is Miss Fashionista with Jackie Davis. The 6 is Our First Lady. Andre Worry's in the saddle. And the 7 is Miss City Girl with Cabracoa. Two, 4, 6. Refused to Lose. Made the local debut, a winning one last time in the slop at 3-10. And is going to stretch back out now. This horse has a couple of races, one going a mile and an 1/8, one going a mile. Saratoga. I know the pedigree says going long, but I'm going to see how far this horse wants to go today. I thought the 7 was going to take a ton of money, and I wanted to bet against the 7 today based on the race she won here at Finger Lakes in her lone victory. But right now, Refuse to Lose is the favorite, co-favorite with the 4, Coquito, who I have second. Coquito romped, stretching out up here last time. It was her first start going 2 turns on the dirt. She went 2 turns on the grass and a turn and a half at Saratoga. She really romped, and she's supposed to control again, unless Mays Loved Laffy wants to really try to out-hoof her from the inside, which I guess she could. I would imagine Romero's just going to put Coquito on the front end, and now Coquito takes down the favoritism. Our first lady, the number 6, is way too big of a price. She ran well, 2 back, and then she really ran the best race of her career last time out, made a middle move to the lead, tired late in the game at a giant price. I would imagine a repeat of that effort puts her right on the money in here. I cannot believe the price she is. And if Worry can time that move a little bit better, he was in a rough spot last time because he kind of had to go when he did. It really wasn't his fault. I don't know how she's the longest shot on the board. That's insane to me. How she's a bigger price than Mays Loved Laffy is wild. She'd be in all my exotics here. 246. Best of luck here in race number 8. Starts the late double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate. It's post time for the feature today. Mays Loved Laffy's the first one to go in. Here's Refuse to Lose. La Grotte. Coquito goes in next. Almost time for Coquito. Miss Fashionista loads with Jackie Davis aboard. I know my man Ralph bet on this one. Our First Lady goes in. The last one to load is Miss City Girl. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. There goes Mays Loved Laffy, Coquito, Romero Mirage hustling her. And to the outside, there's Miss Fashionista. These three have a length on Refuse to Lose, who moves up alongside La Grotte. 3 wide into that turns Miss City Girl, now 4 wide. And at the back is the gray, Our First Lady. Coquito emerges with the lead. Miss Fashionista on her hip in second. 3 deep again, there's Miss City Girl as Mays Loved Laffy protects the inside. 4th. Gap of 3.5 to La Grotte and Refuse to Lose. And at the back is Our First Lady, 25-1. Pretty easy opening quarter there. Coquito, a length. 3 across the track behind her. Mays Loved Laffy, Miss Fashionista, Miss City Girl from the rail out. 3 back to La Grotte. Our First Lady's at her last. Refuse to Lose is at the back. 12 from the leader. 49-1 for Coquito. Coquito. Miss Fashionista, Jackie Davis, sets her down for a drive. Miss City Girl, Cabracoa looms large, 3 wide. Mays Loved Laffy stayed inside. Then we come back 2 lengths to La Grotte. Our First Lady, Refused to Lose at the back. Coquito still in front. And Romero Mirage dropped his hands and she opened up 4. Past a quarter pole through 3/4 and 113-3. It is all Coquito. She's 5 in front. Miss City Girls, her closest pursuer. Then Mays Loved Laffy, Miss Fashionista, and La Grotte. They're coming to the 16th pole. Tequila won it in the 5th. But Coquito, from here to the Bronx, she won it by 15. Then it was Miss City Girl, Mays Loved Laffy. La Grotte rounds out the super in a pretty sharp 143-3. Number 4, Coquito was first. 7, Miss City Girl second. 1, Maslov Laffy third. 3, Lagrote fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is Coquito. 3-year-old daughter's 3-year-old filly's a daughter of Connect out of the Uncle Mo Troubles No Mo. Coquito's owned by Jumpin' Jack Racing, trained by Rudy Rodriguez, winning rider Romero Mirage. 2 on the day for Romero. $2 double 74970. $2 exact to 472780. 50-cent try 471 2662. 10-cent super 4713, a quarter shy of $20. Nobody picked 6 today. 5 of 6, $111.75. There'll be a carryover into Monday's card of $3,045. Race 9 comes up next. The finale offers win, place, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. No changes in race 9. Post time for race 9 is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this Wednesday card. Our race week also concludes with this race. Looking back at race number 8, yeah, another impressive effort by Conquito. You got a 4-5 on that horse after the shellacking she put on the field against Maidens. Well, she's the real deal because she was able to do it again today. Romero Marat, a happy birthday to Romero Marat. I think he just got doused on his way back to the jockey's room. He gets the victory for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. They're supposed to be nice to people on their birthday. Okay, last race for fillies and mares. Non-winners of 3 races since the date, or never won 4 races. Goes the distance of 6 furlongs. You see all the early money on the 2 Maggie, and yes, she's probably the best horse in here. It's just a matter of her running style. There isn't a lot of speed in here for her to run at. I thought Ouch That Hurt might have the advantage on her of being on the front line. Ouch That Hurt is inside of Reiterate, and there isn't really much for any early speed in this race, and that could be key. I mean, True Destiny has a little speed, but it's more route speed. So I thought Ouch That Hurt might be able to make the lead in here, and she might be tough to catch. Now, the problem, it might be the 6 furlongs. Maybe Maggie could catch her going a little further, but, I mean, Ouch That Hurt's got 8 wins at the distance. But Maggie's tough, and like I said, she exits better races than what she'll face here. It's just a matter of her closing on a race that doesn't have a lot of speed if she's going to get there to win. But she's at even money, Ouch That Hurt, at odds of 5-2, and I would lean towards Ouch That Hurt because I think she does have a tactical edge in here. The only horse that with any other early speed would be the 4 Reiterate, as she does have some good tactical speed, but she likes to sit just off, and she may be sitting just off of Ouch That Hurt. Her last race, she got defeated by Ouch That Hurt, going 6 furlongs in the slop. Now, Ouch That Hurt might have liked the slop more than Reiterate liked the slop, but she's got to make up those lengths. But she could play a role of the other speed and at least be up close to keep Ouch That Hurt honest, but that's how it looks. I mean, this could be a really slow pace up front, but Maggie might still be able to overcome it and close ground. So I think that's the key to the race here, and those are the main contenders because of it. I'm going to go with the 3-2-4 in the last. Just a reminder, we are dark the next few racing days. Of course, we're still open here at Finger Lakes if you're local for simulcast wagering. Monday is our next live racing card. We're going to stick with that 12:20 first post. We got a feature race, a stakes race on Monday, the $45,000 She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes for the 2-year-old fillies. It does look like a very, very competitive, good betting race. So you want to be here Monday for that card.
field for race 9 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Strange Fruit. Manuel de Diego's in the saddle. The 2 is Maggie with Andre Laurie. The 3 is Ouch, That Hurts. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 4 is Reiterate with John Berrios. The 5 is True Destiny with Cabracoa. The 6 is Miss Pab with Joel Cruz. And the 7 is Sabrine with Luis Perez. All right, finale time. 3-5-2 for me. Ouch, That Hurt. Caught a sloppy track and got the job done from off the pace last time. 12 for 31 in her career here at Finger Lakes. And she's got 8 of those wins. At this 6 furlong distance, she gets her favorite distance. Ouch, That Hurts on the repeat. True Destiny cuts back. Her last sprint was against Isle Storm and Better. She won sprinting back in May with Cabracoa, who remains. She should be forward in a race that doesn't feature a lot of speed. I would imagine Ouch, That Hurts going to be on the lead. And then I know she's coming out of distance races, but I'm sure she'll be forward. I don't think they're going to go too fast in here. And then finally Maggie. She won 2 in a row when she first arrived. Then she tried a sloppy track. An open 62.50 where she just got beat a length. She went long. She was in starter day when Bonfire Diva wired them. War Tapped was second. She faced Better most recently. She makes a lot of sense in here too. 3-5-2. 12:20 Monday. 9 races all week next week. We only have 3 weeks of racing left. 9 racing days left starting next week. 12:20 first post. Got that carryover in the pick 6 Monday as well. Those PPs will be out by tomorrow night at around 6:30. So get capping. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you on Monday. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Field for race 9 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Strange Fruit, the first to load. Longest price on the board. By a point, actually. Andre Worry puts Maggie in. He's looking for 3 on the day. Jeremiah Flores, and ouch, that hurts. Go in. He's looking for 2 on the card. Reiterate goes forward. True Destiny and Cabercoa go in. They're looking for another win. Miss Pab and Joel Cruz is looking for another. Luis Perez and Sabrine round out the field. They're in the gate. They're off in the finale. All came away to a perfect start. There's Ouch That Hurt for the lead. To the inside is Strange Fruit. The pair on the outside are True Destiny, and splitting them is Reiterate. 5 wide, Sabrine. And then Maggie's about 4 from the lead. And the trailer is Miss Pav. Just 5 lengths from front to back here. Ouch, that hurt. Dealing with Strange Fruit to the inside. Reiterate to the outside. Through a 23-2 opening quarter. Gap of 3 to one of the grays. True Destiny. About to be passed by Sabrine with a 3-wide move. Maggie stayed at the rail. Just forced to steady there a bit. Miss Pab's at the back. Ouch, that hurt. Put away Strange Fruit. Still dealing with Reiterate. Sabrine launches a bid. She's going to be 3 or 4 wide into the stretch as they come past the quarter bowl, led by Ouch That Hurt through a 47 flat half. It's Ouch That Hurt. Then they Reiterate. Sabrine widest of all. Strange Fruit trying to re-rally. Maggie needs some room. She just found it. Andre Worry looking for 3. They're coming after Ouch That Hurt. Ouch That Hurt to the 16th pole. Sabrine with dead aim. Up the inside, Maggie. Ouch That Hurt on her hands and knees. Here's Sabrine, and Sabrine goes by to win the finale by about a length. Then it was Ouch That Hurt, Maggie. I think Miss Pab got 4th. There's a photo finish there. Final time was 1:13 on the button. Seven, Sabrine first. 3, Ouch That Hurt second. 2, Maggie third. It's a photo for 4th. Six, Miss Pab was 4th. Turning to the winner's circles, the number 7, Sabrine. 6-year-old mare is a daughter of Tapiture. And the awfully wild mare, Wild Ritzy. A New York bred. Sabrine's owned and trained by Jim Aquilano, winning rider Luis Perez. $2 double 4-7-23.80. $2 exact to 7-3, 22.40. 50-cent try, 7-3-2, 13.50. Dime super, 7-3-2-6, $17.67. 50-cent pick 3, 7-4-7, $15.37. 50-cent pick 4, 3-7-4-7, 84 and a quarter. And the 50-cent pick 5, 1-3-7-4-7, $707.50. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day and week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Simulcasting remains open for a bit. The casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes on Monday with a first post of 12:20. 9 race cards all week next week. Monday's card features a pick 6 carryover of $3,045. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanking you for joining us today and this week. We'll see you on Monday at 12:20. Until then, please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.